Good morning, good day. On this day, February 19, 2021, this is Engineer Suraj Singh speaking to you from Bharat, India, and this talk is addressed to whole world, to my professional friends and others who are interested in such issues, which are entitled Civil Field Engineering, Designs, Construction, Methods, Contracts, EPC, AnnexSL, organizations, communications, coordinations, quality, quantity, etc., etc., and why should we be behind quality of concrete or quality of some other material. These are basics of talks, and which is in continuation, and has been for many days, many weeks. Issue of quality, which I personally take very seriously. Issue of quality. I still remember those days when I was abused. I was, accused of being consultant when I worked with contracting. I still remember day when one of my senior Arabic manager, he deducted my bonus because he commented on me that though I was a consultant, but he required a contracting engineer, a contractor, not a consultant. Though I was there as a contracting agent, but he didn't like this because I was more interested in quality issues rather than quantity issues, though both are same. But no problem, I lost bonus, I don't mind, but he appreciated that at least I was interested in quality. That is one I thought that's my verbal statement equivalent to certificate. And still I have same habit. I start with quality issue rather than quantity issue. People call me that I cannot work in this country because I'm not practical. I find many people, many known to me, they usually call me, oh, you are not practical person. You don't know what practice is done in this country, Bharat, India. Usually they comment on me like that. They pass such comments. I said, no problem. I am unfit for this company, for this country. No issue. I do not work here. Let me stay without work. And this is a fact, actually, I'm telling you. This is a fact of this country, Bharat, India. You may say I'm criticizing my country. No, it's not criticism. Because we lack some things, we have to speak for that. And if we don't speak for that, we do not do justice with ourselves. I don't do justice with ourselves, and I don't do justice with someone else as well. Because I can't do justice with myself. That's very important. It's not a question which qualifications do you have, which certifications do you have, or which capacity do you have. Question is, can you maintain this? I think in our country, on a general basis, not particular basis, I am stating that it is rather impossible. It's rather, equivalent to impossible. I can say that achieving quality is located on moon if you stay in India, Bharat. It's located on sun if you stay in Bharat. I have worked during my career. I think I worked since 1981 to 1982, 3, and 1983 to 1984, and 1985 to 1989, and then like this about more than 20 years. I have worked in many countries like Iraq, Libya, many countries of Gulf, and I have spent my practical time in these countries. I usually worked in this country when I was too young. You can say I was just 20. I worked for 6 years in this country, and my job, I was recruited by Delhi MCD Delhi Authority. I did not understand that time what my job was. I was too young, and actually there was no engineering in those days. It was just valuation, billing, payment, supervision of contractors, well, like that. Well, I had to finish my studies, and then I left this country. If I ever worked in this country, that is only for consultancy, but that too flopped very well because here, if really speaking, there is no meaning of consultant in this country. There is no meaning of engineer in this country. Every mason is an engineer, every builder is an engineer, every layman is an engineer here. Engineer means just you make a building, construct a building, that's engineering for them. In this country, what we think in private, even on big projects, you can say domination of architects who do not know anything about structural engineering, who though may claim anything, they just taking benefit of law, they continue. But if you see, frankly speaking, engineering remains absent from reality, and we may accept this fact or may not accept this fact. But I, as a person, now I am 66, or more than 40 years experience in civil engineering in various levels, in various sub-disciplines of civil engineering. I can say I worked in partly in design, partly in construction, partly in supervision, partly in coordination, partly in official engineering, partly in you can say whatever you can say writing work. So there's no one stand alone. This is sub-discipline where I can say that I've experienced in, and keeping at least all this experience background, I can speak and say with clarity and with full confidence and full, you can say, confirmation that engineering remains absent, real engineering remains absent from ours. I am finding that young engineers now, who are product of universities and institutions, they want to run so fast you can't even think of. And we should know that civil engineering cannot run too fast. Yes, it is mechanized world, we understand. Everything is not road. Building and structures cannot be run with that speed as people think run. The lot of work in structures, lot of work you cannot even imagine. Don't look at what happens in field or inside. Look at what happens behind that. Behind site, I mean say up to site when we reach, before that, what happens is real engineering. It takes too much time, too much thoughts, thinking, contemplation, analysis, theories, and then designs. It takes a long journey to reach to site implementation. So that is very critical point. We must realize this fact. We must realize this fact that engineering has certain structure. It cannot be considered that if you stay on site, if you work on site, that is only engineering. That is just like a film. You go and see a movie and you think what you see is that one, but behind that there is a lot of work. Each discipline in filmmaking is separate. It takes year to make a film. Same way, it takes year to make some structure. Because of computer software, yes, design has been very easy. Easy, I mean, I cannot say easy in calculations, but you can say it has been wrapped fast, you can say, because of saving time on computations or calculations. It doesn't mean work can be done that fast. Question comes up about quality. Quality for someone is quantity of cement in concrete. For someone, good workmanship. For someone, straight lines, vertical lines should be straight, verticality and horizontally. For someone, should be anything. But quality does not mean this alone. Quality is a world of specialty. Quality is a world of understanding. Quality is a world of doing everything according to minimum requirement. Forget maximum, you cannot do minimum, you cannot do maximum. If you can do maximum, I think that's the best policy in engineering, if you can do that. But unfortunately, everybody has got interest. Contracting companies, contracting organizations have got their own interest. They want to save time, they want to save money, they want to save, whatever is possible. And supervision companies or consultancy companies, they have their own interest. They want to see everything fit, everything fine, everything according to requirement. But point lies in, and on top of this, who's invests money, who wants to make future on those projects, that person requires everything at minimum cost with best quality and best saleable price. So there are issues related to maximum standards of stakeholders. These are three major stakeholders, you can say. Major three prime stakeholders like employer, engineer, contractor, and of course other stakeholders like shareholders of employers, company, organization, and various other public interest people. And of course, on top of everyone is consumer or end user who ultimately uses structure. So if you want to define quality, it cannot be defined in one word as well as in one sentence. It has lot of network, lot of work to be done to achieve quality. But if you want to define something, we can simply define whatever is given on papers, whatever is described as requirements, that could be in specification or drawings or standards, those all should be complied with. Because quality is limited to requirements. You cannot define quality that you have to go to sky and bring something. Quality is not sky. It's just like we say, oh, sky is our limits. We can say sky is limit. No, in quality, sky is not limit. In quality, definition is limit. Whatever is defined on drawings, whatever is defined on specifications, whatever is defined as well as standard documents, all must be done, all must be carried out to meet some requirements. These requirements, and if we can do that along with industrial practice, good industrial practice, we can say that work measures to quality. Measure, I'm saying, because measures, it doesn't mean dimensions only. Measure doesn't mean something else only. Measure, you have to measure standard of quality as well, other than quantity. Quantity can be measured in terms of units, but quality has got no unit. It is acceptance of work which you think, you supervise, you surveillance, or that person who does it. All say, all declare, yes, we have done it. That is quality. And engineering relates to quality, and my duty is when I talk of engineering, when I talk of thinking, when I talk of something to produce, and then it should be included along with quality. If I say no quantity I give you, I do not care for quality, this means I am not giving you whatever is required. Or if I give you quality, I don't care for quantity, that also is not admissible. Because only quality, if you do and no quantity, then there is no meaning of quality, because this work is not going to be produced in time and start in operation. So there's a difference. When I say quality, this means quantity as well. If you are a quality person, this means that person has individuality as well, that person has personal life as well, that person has relations as well, whatever else is there, and person is quality person. This means, or you can say good character of a person, good style of a person, good habits of a person, everything comes under umbrella of quality. So we have to change definition according to requirement. When we talk of structures in civil engineering, yes, we know civil engineering, a kind of original field, and nobody can say when did it start. When did civil engineering start? Nobody can claim. But we can say mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, because these are energy related fields. Mechanical energy, electrical energy, and many other such branches of engineering which are not directly on their own, but they relate to others. Mechanical relate to electrical relates to mechanical, IT relates to electrical and electronics, and like that these fields relate. And civil engineering, I think there is no origin. Nobody knows what is the origin of civil engineering. And because when there was no word as civil engineer or no word as engineering, that time too we constructed, whole world constructed, and even universe was constructed. It's also part of major civil engineering. Though we can't do that as civil engineers, but if you think on that, if you contemplate on that, you will find that there was someone who created this universe itself, or how many universes were created by that someone. Or you can say God. So God is also civil engineer, because this is after all material that is existing in universe, in orbital systems and in solar systems. That material is related to engineering, and this establishment of material, use of material in construction of planets, in construction of skies, in construction of everything. So you may say that civil engineering started with inception of universe. Well, I'm not going to that level, because that has no direct relation to current civil engineering. We are talking applicable civil engineering. We are talking civil engineering in practice, not in spiritualism. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what's happening on earth, because we are residents of earth, and we cannot talk of something else because we cannot control those planets. So even if you understand well what about earth, then we can say, okay, we are successful at least because we are resident here and we are thinking of earth, and that's best way. Thinking of doesn't mean that that you just think imaginary. I'm not saying imaginary thinking, hypothetical thinking, but practical thinking. Because engineering says engineering requires materials. Without materials, engineering cannot be done. Engineering requires theories. Without theories, it can't be done. Engineers require technologies, without which it cannot be done. So you need mind, you need material, you need technology, you need human resources, you need machines, you need whatever else. Major portion of all, major requirements of all come from nature, directly or indirectly. When you say human resources, which is all the product of nature. And every human is working, every human is living because of nature, not because of its own individuality, which is the secondary part of that. And even which machines we are using, which machine we use, or which equipment used throughout world, that to come from of course machine is human made. This is technology based construction, and that covers raw material comes from earth. And similarly, whatever material we use in construction or this civil engineering, that all come from natural resources, rock pieces or dust, rock dust or sand or water or chemicals. Every material is taken from earth. That's very big statement, I can say. We are related to earth even in using materials of earth. It's something else what do we observe, what we understand by that material. But it is earth crust, and particularly not whole earth. It's only top portion of lithosphere of earth that we get materials. And even we do not know even today what is below ocean bottom, what is below sea, because we have not seen that. Even scientists have not seen what exactly lies beneath ocean and within body of waters after, you can say, few kilometers. So we do not know even about constitution or composition or structure of earth. Frankly speaking, it's all imagination and theory that we say this portion is crust and this portion is mantle and this portion is core. That's only relative understanding depending on certain factors which account for earth. But to be very frank, earth is one unit, it has only one structure, it's only one diameter, it's a spherical elliptical sphere, and all planets are same structure. So we are directly or indirectly linked to earth as far as economy is concerned, as far as structures are concerned, as far as materials are concerned, and as far as we are concerned. Every one of us, every person, every individual. We cannot keep ourselves isolated from earth. Facts cannot be denied. My talk sometimes comprises of various issues, because if you don't understand earth, we don't understand nature, we don't understand universe, we cannot call ourselves civil engineer or engineers, because engineer is relative study, work relative field. It's not its own domain. Without availability of these materials, we cannot do anything. We require we require all these materials. I call ingredients. Even in past, wood was used, which was taken off trees. Wood, which has now been probably very little used because of non-availability. We use wood. We use, you can say, steel, and we used iron. We used, you can say, nowadays even we use aluminium, steel, and we use water. We use, you can say, I think whatever we use, everything comes from nature. So nature has a better plan, you can say, for material world that can understand much more better than ourselves. That's why nature has provided all this, and nature had considered us that these souls would go and use this material. Well, I think we have to understand, we have to think that way. That's very important part of our life. So civil engineering, you can say, is a different kind of engineering. You cannot simply say it's engineering of material or production of structures. It is something that we can define. Engineering has to be understood in a different way, that it is related to nature, it is related to earth, and without earth we cannot do anything. That's also true. So a civil engineer means an engineer of earth, you may say. Civil engineer means engineer for earth, engineer of earth. Our basic job, basic subject is to understand earth, but which is unfortunately, I think, not very mandatory subject. But even if it's not taught, if it's taught, okay, fine. If it's not taught, the civil engineer has a duty to understand earth and understand soil, because soil is earth, understand all other materials that are required, and conversion of natural materials to artificial world, whether it's structure which is artificial. This is stage of conversion from natural ingredients, which are independent one, which are separate materials, grading ingredients which are considered, mixing them up to produce some structure, and that's what is engineering about. And that is structure which are produced, structures are produced, must be reliable and not simply hypothetical, means those should be used safely with service availability and option for long durability. So we have to be very realistic. Means your job, your study, civil engineering study actually does not start from university only, it starts from individuality. Individuality we see every day, we study, observe nature, but we don't even note that we observe nature. And we live on these materials. Wherever you go, you will find this material. Soil, which is considered, oh, soil is nothing, mitti, it's all that. But don't forget, without that soil, you can't live. Even if you don't have house, you are living in soil. If you have a house, a building, a structure, you are living that, so that structure is resting on soil. We have to keep in mind your house is not sited in air, it's sited on earth surface. Earth surface, or within earth, you can say 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meter, 4 meter, 5 meter down, doesn't mean that this is not earth surface. It is top envelope of earth surface. So we use top envelope. When I studied geology, applied geology, I took it as my optional subject because I wanted to learn something other than mathematics applications, or like so. I studied earth science or geology, and it was of course very difficult, and mostly engineering students don't like some subject which is text based, where you have the right answer in text. It's practice, it's habit of engineering students just to do something which is numerical based or calculation based, so they apply formula using those propositions or using parameters and get answer. No problem. I had to study something different to know in depth parameters, no in-depth explanations of that. So I just in geological first chapter definition of Earth was given. What is Earth means lithosphere plus aerosphere. This is used called lithosphere, which is solid part of Earth, having not only solid part, are also having water bodies in that. So lithosphere we can say, and also lithosphere, and I learned that there's aerosphere as well, which is up to 20 kilometer where if you consider reality, we may be above, but let's say 20 kilometers from sea level, and this lithosphere and aerosphere, sum of these two equal to Earth. That we are understood as lithosphere was defined as it was defined in three sections or three layers, you can say. One was crust, which is called 35 up to 35 kilometers from surface of Earth, then up to 3,500, I remember, which portion from surface of Earth to 3,500 kilometer. And there's another imaginary world also, that was called mantle. And when you go to down, we go down to 6,000, or say let us say 6,000 a few hundred, and that's called core of Earth. So it was crust plus mantle plus core. We can say it's lithosphere, and if you add to lithosphere aerospace, this is called Earth. So that's very minimum definition. Means every child can understand this. There's no big science in this. There's no big explanation for that. Yes, there are various compositions of Earth. We can say generally we take this crust, say 2.5 to 3.5, 2.5 to 3.5 kilogram per centimeter cube, or gram, sorry, kilogram per centimeter cube, or you can say in fact 2.5 to 3.5 tons per meter cube. But to be very clear, better explanation is that 1 cubic meter of crust approximately averages to 2.5 to 3.5 kilogram, 2.5 to 3.5 tons per cubic meter, and mantle is 5.5 or more than 5.5 tons per cubic meter, whereas a core may be more than 8 tons per meter cube. So this is why I could say maybe these are just empirical answers. There is no proven record for this. That's also very fact. There is no proven record of this, and we have to understand that point. There's no proven record of that. It doesn't matter, but Earth is Earth, and it's a part of solar system. So civil engineering, in fact, is related to this study. That we know what is civil engineering. Civil engineering, is very big branch of engineering, and I think more than 50-60% of civil engineering subjects, more than 50-60%. If you leave aside construction engineering, which is also having much calculation, but let us say construction part of civil engineering, and you may also say to some extent soil part of civil engineering, and surveying part of civil engineering to some extent, except calculations, all that surveying part of civil engineering. All these three, I think, or the geology, which I am saying, are optional one. These subjects, or human relations, you can take out. These four subjects do not have major computational calculation associated to them. Others all, you can say 70 to 87% of subjects in civil engineering require calculations, and not only ordinary calculations, scientific calculations, including calculus of differential and differential calculus, integral calculus, trigonometry, coordinate geometry. Arithmetic, of course, it's ordinary one. So it's something you can say, and if you study higher mathematics as well, that's better useful. Of course, now we are using computers, so there's a change including in time of, say previously in I think 1980s or 75 to 80, we had a world of calculation, Casio, etc. We got that time calculators, and people were happy, the engineers were happy, students were happy that there was some support. Otherwise, I had to spend time on log tables or spend time on slide rules to work out calculations. So, of course, world has changed, and now we are in different mode. When I was too young, I did not have the facilities that today we have. So today, engineering is not that difficult as far as applications are concerned or study is concerned. But one more thing we have to understand, that conception has been faded. Despite technology is high, everything is high. I can say contemplation, or I can say philosophical study, or you can say a hunger to learn, or accept, or achieving concept of engineering. There's some change, I can say. When you see postings by many students of engineering or new engineers, budding engineers on various websites, various portals, they are a composition of questions. Well, I think it's not consistent one. I am finding these days that writing of engineers is not to mark, particularly English writing. Well, that is a different question, but it's fact that communication is very important part of engineering. And though it's not weighed to that extent at other subjects of engineering, but without communication, we can't live in. Though you work in contracting, or you work in consultancy, or you do your own business, communication, and coordination never remain offline. They never remain offline. They are always involved. And that's why I can say, if there is a major support in life, that support comes from communication and successful coordination. Despite we have to understand, and I will request all my colleagues in engineering, irrespective of their ages, that they should realize this fact, that communication and coordination involving English or whatever else language are very important domains of engineering. These are not defined one, but these are also not remaining undefined one. You have to deal with contractors, you have to be with engineers or with consultants, or you have to do whatever planning and other sub-disciplines, like you may be in safety, you may be elsewhere, but this communication part remains there. No one can do without that. That is very much part of engineering, and we should realize that fact. That's very much part of engineering, without which I can't stand, you can't stand. So I started with quality, and requirements in engineering do amount to quality requirement. If your communication part is bad, your coordination part is bad, your expression part is bad, you shall not be a successful communicator, a successful coordinator, and you may make many mistakes, or you may waste time, because in management or organization, cost, quality, and time are very important factors. Many times I have spoken about this, but even then, if you speak more, it doesn't make a difference. It just helps for refreshing, and that is cost is very important factor on projects, which must be in line to budgetary estimates. There should be no variation. Of course, within some limits, I can say. But if you take value of quality, quality is strength. Quality is hard work, heart, H-E-A-R-T, or you can say it's soul of engineering, or soul of materials we use, and that soul is connected to soul of that person or persons who are involved in engineering world. If we do not value quality. Quality is not simply what do we understand by quality. Quality means how much input, how much input is given to product and working of materials and use of materials, and you can say making permanent works. How much strength from our mind, from our soul, and from our understanding we pour into items, or into, say, example, concrete or mortar. How much we think of that, how much honestly we do it, how much sincerely we do it depends on that. So quality cannot be kept in isolation of quantity, and quantity means cost. Quantity means time. Quantity is that. Cost varies if quantity varies. Time varies if quantity varies. Because if quantity is on the lower side, it can be done in lower time that is defined in comparison to if you have to do higher quantity, it will take more time. But quality is related to, if quantity is more, which doesn't mean quality should be less. And if quantity is less, which doesn't mean also that quantity should be more. Quantity and quality must move together. Must move together. I should not say quality lags behind quantity. This means quantity you are going to produce is running very fast, but it is not being looked after for quality contents. So this means that material which is having lack of quality concerns, that can be called, that can be called deficient material, defective material, if quality criteria is not upheld. That's defective material. And defective material to what percentage also can be considered. It is 98% defective, it's 95% defective, or it is 75% defective, or 85% defective, means what level it is. And if it's not very important product, or you can say, okay, no problem, 5%, 10% defect, rest should be okay. So that point can be considered in a different way, not in engineering and quality, because there it's question of compromise. Either you destroy that material, demolish that part, but if you say no, why to demolish that just because of some quality percentages not done, why to waste natural material and efforts. So if there is agreement of understanding, fine, we did not comply with requirements, yet it is accepted, and then there will be something else, that part payment or whatever is that. So my points not that, my points very very different. Quality has to be, just like in engineering we say, think, do, and just think, do and deliver, or plan, do, check and accept, or modify. So that's what we're going to. My direction is that we have to discuss updated methods on you can say let's call AnnexSL, high level of structural format, which directs only, it doesn't mandate, it directs only that if you want to help yourself, you can use this forum. It's not new now, it's been there for about 6 years, starting September 2015 onwards, and that form I discussed with you yesterday. That was AnnexSL. You can see this is what we are looking at. This is AnnexSL. I explained to you yesterday about this quality system. I repeat because it's important. I repeat that one, that an organization as a management system to take care of comfortably achieving its set objectives. Management system comprises various sets of procedures for charting out and implementing various operations or activities so as to successfully reach its intended objectives, which leads to enhanced use of resources, improvement on risk management, and increased customer satisfaction by meeting product or services expectations. Organizations do work on various management systems, say quality management, environment management, safety management, etc. These various systems, in line to IS 9001 in 2008, used to work on varying management structures, causing inconvenience to interface with each other. AnnexSL, being a high-level management system, has produced a common platform so that all systems that organization adopts can be drawn based on AnnexSL designs or format. Such arrangement provides many commonalities in designing system, implementation, monitoring, evaluation and improvement by trying to eliminate conflicts that existed within ISO 9001-2008 system. All management systems shall have single high-level identical core text with common terms and definitions. High-level structure cannot be changed, but discipline-specific subclauses can be both added or changed. AnnexSL applies to all management system standards, publicly available specifications and technical specifications. Revised ISO 9001, 14001 and 45001 shall all be based on AnnexSL high level structure, and AnnexSL structure is formatted below, stable below. You see this. There are certain clauses in this SL, AnnexSL, and clauses with title and description given indicatively, and that is based on Plan, Do, Check, Act, PDCA. This means it's actually full process is given in four letters. PDCA, that is Plan, Do, Check, Act. Plan, Do, Check, Act. If you can understand these four letters, that is plan, and which includes everything. Plan means everything is included. That everything is planning from initial stages of project to delivery of project. Then do means you plan something, you do something, and while doing you have to check, of course. So doing or do, see, plan follows do, and do follows check, and then check follows act. If there you find some error, you have to correct that error. If you find something not linked to your project, you have to check that one and act accordingly. So there is no one item, there can be all items in check and act. If something to be improved, you have to in that concept. So here first clause 1 says scope. Second clause says normative references. Third clause says terms and definitions. Fourth clause says context of organization. Fifth clause says leadership. Then clause 6 says planning. Clause 7 says support. And clause 8 says operation. Clause 9 says performance evaluation. And clause 10 is improvement. So clause 10 improvement. Clause 9 performance evaluation. Clause 8 operation. Clause 7 support. Clause 6 planning. Clause 5 leadership. Clause 4 is context of organization. Clause 3 is terms and definitions. Clause 2 normative references. And clause 1 scope. And scope, is no meaning to define its details. Means what do you think your management would do? What do you think this organization would do? Means this, of course, the scope of your structure language. When you are talking of some company, some organization, some group, and its management system, so that cannot be uniform everywhere. It depends on what sort of project is that, what sort of industry is that, what sort of factory is that, and what sort of business is that. So accordingly it shall be understood, and what this organization wants to give, wants to deliver, and what should be its construction of organization, which is clause 4, context of organization. Then you say clause 2, which is normative references, means references must be there, and it is means ordinary thing, ordinary point, details of reference, standards or publication relevant to particular standard. Then terms and definitions, which are names of activities, various activities or acts, and these are called detailed terms and definitions applicable to particular specific standard in addition to format, related terms and conditions. Format, related terms and conditions. We come on to clause 4, which is context of organization. Context of organization, which says, if you understand organization means what should that, in that context we can say. Now, understanding organization and its context. Organization must be understood. Okay, that's very common, means we define this, we know what it is, it's required to understand that. Understanding needs and expectation of parties. Which parties? Whoever parties are involved in it, what do they understand? What's their need and what's their expectation? All this comes from organization. Then determining scope of management system. Determining scope of management system, which is said in article in clause 1, that was outcome of management system, it was here industry specific, and here we can say determining scope of management system and management system. So in this we can say there are certain point of considerations related to that one. You can take your way, there's no mandate on this, you can say what considerations you made on that in this 4, clause 4, that is clause 4, which is context of organization, says, which points to say why organization does exist, why we need this organization. It's very common point, why do we need this organization. Then we have to identify internal and external issue that impact intended outcome. So you have destiny. Now it will affect your business if you do not know who is outside or who is inside this organization, who is telling about others. So that point can be easily understood. Why does organization exist? Identify internal and external issues that impact intended outcome. Means outcome is there, that's why organization is there. So is there anything that is internal or that is external which can impact outcome of this organization? Outcome impact should not be considered, because if one has to go, one has to come. So internal and external issue that impact intended outcome. After this, interested parties and their requirements. Of course, you know who are interested parties. There is no need explaining again what these parties and their requirements, what are that requirement on this project, what they want to see something done. That's also important. Or you have to send some wires through this and close down. And then you can say requirement of parties and their requirements of interested parties must be known. Define scope and set boundaries of management system. Define scope, and scope you have to define whatever it is. Define scope and prioritize you can say define scope and set boundaries of management system. Raise employees awareness and involvement. Now comes most important point, and that is leadership. Clause 5. It is something to be understood in totality. Leadership. What is leadership? What, before going further into this explanation, we have to understand after all what is leadership. Everybody says, I am leader, I am lead. But are we leaders? My point is that, are we really leaders? That's a big point here. Are we leaders? If we are leaders or people are leaders, you are leaders for only leadership, or you are leader for achieving quality. Of course, you consider being leader cost, you consider time because you have to take out resources from some project and then you have to redeploy them. So leadership has two or multi responsibility, that is right, accepted. Are we leaders? And what does leader mean? Lead means to keep oneself in advance of all others. Leadership. If I cannot lead, I cannot call myself leader. And I'm not talking political leaders, I'm talking group leaders, I'm talking engineering leaders, I'm talking, qualified and educated leaders. Countries are very big countries here, and it's not possible to satisfy everyone, but leadership must be expressed. Who is leader? First we have to make self leader. Self leader means you do your work, you check on your own, and spoil ultimately. So I can say leadership is not limited to political leadership or business leadership. It is linked to complete domain of leadership. If somebody asks me, what is your role? I would say I have no role now. And this point must be so. So role of leadership definition comes into clause 5. If you do not define leadership here, I mean you do not understand what's leadership, you cannot understand anything. Leadership role in profession is very, very different. Very different. And if I say it, if I truly say that every engineer is a born leader, every successful engineer is a born leader, because leadership role is very critical. You have to lead sometimes just for personal lead, and sometimes you have to lead for commitment. Commitment means delivery with quality input. This means policy development. This means organizational roles, responsibilities, and authorities. So, this is quality of leadership. Leadership and commitment, policy, organizational role, responsibilities, and authorities. Now, which point we have to consider here? Now, one point is emphasis on leadership. Not just top management, but leadership is also responsible and accountable. Top, top of domain, top, you can say, top of organizations. I know that emphasis on leadership, not just top management, but leadership is responsible and accountable. Top management has greater accountability and proof having accountability. Top management has great accountability and involvement in organizational management system. That's also one involvement in organizational management system and integrate requirements of integrate requirements of agriculturist within healthcare. So we can say integrate requirement of management system into organizations core business process. Ensure that management system allocates necessary resources. Ensure management system achieves business intended outcome. And top management, top management responsible to communicate importance of management system and ensure employee. Now we go to top management responsible to communicate importance of management system and ensure employees awareness and involvement, and top management is responsible for this. Then we go to planning clause. Planning, which is, actually planning is having diverse role and organization. Planning includes input from senior people, committed people, and you can say people who have experience, who can explain, because this is an ordinary subject. So we say planning. Actually, planning is the soul of work. On which basis? It doesn't mean I'm not talking of planning engineer here. I'm talking of planning. Without planning, you cannot do anything. Of course, it depends on your work. Means if you think you can do something without planning, I think you are sitting in wrong boat. Planning means charting out in mind what you can do, then put it on papers. So you can say actions to address risks and opportunities. Risks, whenever you do something, of course everything is subject to risk, prone to risk. But that must be understood. That must be understood and taken care of by understanding. If I say there is no risk in this, there is no problem, then I think I'm not doing my job, I miss my job. If simply I say there is no risk in this, risk is involved everywhere. We cannot say that risk has some standard definition of location. It is located here and there. Risk is risk and it is located everywhere. Everywhere it is located. So action to address risks, and because risks are there, there may be opportunities also linked to those risks for modification or for doing whatever positive action. So risk and opportunities are related, risk and accidents are related, and risks and preventions are related, or you can say a kind of movement on project based on risk calculations. Actions to address risks and opportunities, and management system objectives. Management system objectives. Two other point for retail sales. Actions to address risks and opportunities, management system objectives, and planning to achieve these objectives. Now, what are considerable points? Now, being risk business, risk-based thinking should be risk-based, means you have to consider risk first. And thinking shall tell you what risk is there, that's also true. So, thinking itself is risk-based, and bring risk-based thinking to front, means you bring it and let people understand what sort of risk involved in that. Once organization pinpoint, one organization pinpoints risk and opportunities, it is to work out how to resolve, address through planning. What is there, how is there, and when is there that the risks are addressed. This means all importance, what, who, either chest or pen or can hear. Then you can say bring risk-based thinking to front. Once organization pinpoints risks and opportunities, it has to work out how to resolve, address through planning. What, who, how, and when these risks we address. What, who, weight, and excess. We can say this approach replaces preventive action. When you say what, who, how, and when, this means we analyze risk factors, we fix who is responsible, what is the responsibility, how it has happened, and who can address this risk. This approach replaces preventive action, reduces risk for concrete actions later. Objective of management system should be measurable, communicated, aligned to management system policy, and updated as and when required. So understanding risk is also very significant factor. If we don't understand risk, we cannot even identify risk. Means if there is a risk of some accident, we know which location can lead this, because we have staff of varying experiences, and those they cannot expect us to design or devise them. Risk reduction, this approach, that is who, how, and etc. When we have analyzed this, this approach replaces preventive action, reduces risks for corrective action, and objectives of management system should be measurable, communicated, aligned to management systems, and to whether this when applied for and you can say objectives of management system. What are objectives? Management system, you can say, should be of measurable objectives. Management system should be measurable, communicated, not only measured, communicated, at least supervisory statement. And objectives of management system should be measurable, communicated, aligned to resources of attention. So objectives of management system should be measurable, very important point, and strange. So objectives of management system should be measurable, communicated, aligned, and management system be policy updated as not required. Now support is very important part, because without practical support nothing can move, and this is very important part in construction as well as in other areas. And we can say what we actually require in this support. We need resources, competence, awareness, communication, documented information. Well, I think everybody understands what we need. Yet to write something to express to all those who do not know is not bad. Resources, what are resources for any project? What are, after all, resources? What is competence? What is awareness? What is communication? And what is documented information? We say resources, you can say material resource, human resource, equipment, or money resource also. And we say information available regarding projects to others without giving them is also undefined, and it includes support. There is a small thing that can cause problem. So competence, what is competence? Capability, legal capability. And then awareness means, are you sleeping or you're alive? It depends on that. Prioritization. So here are points that must be considered without fail. And these are resources, competence, awareness, communication, documented information. These 5 points. Again, I say resources which in every current. Uh, uh, So we can say we have to understand these points of support. We have to understand resources. We have to know competence of people, of resources and materials. We have to see awareness, means how people know about this, and communication, which is very important part, and documented information. Now, points of consideration. Points of consideration, we can say material, equipment, and human resources. Material, equipment, and human resources. Capacity, potential of organization and individual. Qualification of personnel. Now, awareness among all pertinent systems and its function. When somebody uses now, you can say if we go further in this qualification of personnel, awareness of all pertinent system and functioning, written job description, work procedures, safety procedures, quality control procedures, and administration methods. Now, documented information. Documented information, you can say, is different than documentation. Whatever information about management, whatever information is different, that is, whatever information about management procedures or process in that when no one is sitting sometimes, but doesn't mean no control is there. It's remote life nowadays, not real life. In real life, we have to. Any report, whatever report, whatever complaint that comes from from supporting system must be taken care of, because if there is damage in system, that is support system, this will impact on result. You can say documented information is different. Whatever information about management and procedure or processes, whatever form, such as written text, maps, charts, designs, successful implementation, evidence of that in no system, offer documents, but evidentiary level documents for reference and for future use. This documented information, you can say, whatever is possible to document projects in future. Now let's go to operation, that's clause 8. Operation now includes operational planning and control. Points for consideration in this: in-house process, outsourced ex-house process, overall process. Management includes adequate criteria to control this process. Now we go to operation. We say is overall progress process management. Overall process management includes adequate criteria to control these processes and manage planned and unintended changes. Then performance evaluation, which is after work is done, includes monitoring, measurement, analysis and evaluation. Monitor, supervision, control, and to deposit. So you can say monitoring, measurement, analysis and evaluation, internal audit, management review. Points to consider: management requires to decide about internal audit and to ensure and then we can say points for consideration in that management requires to decide about internal audit and to ensure compliance of management system. Final review by management to ensure its compliance and whether or not system works suitable, adequately and effectively. Improvement, this was in for some monitoring we said, check we said, all those are parts of improvement which is taken in every discipline. There's no now improvement is what? Non-conformities actually we are saying check improvement. Non-conformity and corrective action, continual improvement, and it points us now in changing business environment, changes to CFI. And then you can say what are points? In this non-conformity and corrective action, continual improvement, and points changing business in changing business environment, process and objectives are non-limited and therefore uh, Okay, let us consider furthermore on this issue of of AnnexSL, because you know two important objectives in revision of ISO 9001 series of standards have been to develop a simplified set develop a simplified set of making 4 hours. Now, to develop a simplified set of standards that shall be equally applicable to small as well as medium and large organizations. Last, for amount and detail of documentation required to be more relevant to desired results or organizations. Many observations. Now, for amount and detail of documents required to be more relevant to desired results of organizations' process activities. The quality management system requirements achieved these objectives and purpose. This right here is to explain the intent of new standard with specific regard to documented information. Now, this edition 2015 allows documents then we can say about this that organization flexibility in a way allows an organization flexibility in a way chooses to document its quality management system UMS. This enables each individual organization to determine correct amount of documented information verified. And when we say quality management system requirements has achieved these objectives and fresh purpose for this writing is to explain intent of new standard with specific regard to documented information. ISO 9001:2015 allows allows an organization flexibility in way it involves. So we can say now this allows an organization flexibility in the way it chooses to document its quality management system. This enables each individual organization to determine correct amount of documented information based on so we can say the it's now which enables individual organization to determine correct amount of documented information needed in order to demonstrate effective planning, operations, and control of its process with implementation and continual improvement of effectiveness of its QMS. It's just that ISO 9000 right? So you can say this enables each individual organization to determine correct amount of documented information needed in order to demonstrate effective planning, operation, and control of its process with implementation and continual improvement of effectiveness of its QMS quality management system. And it is stressed that ISO 9000 requires documented quality management system and not a system of documents. And what is that? What is documented information? Term this implemented now this documented information was introduced as part of common high level structure. Common terms for management system, that is stand MMS. Document information has to say so. Custom documents information was introduced as a part of common high language level structure and common terms for management system. We didn't have system. So you can say there are various stages in such documentation system of documents. So what is documented information? We have to understand. Definition and references. Term documented information was introduced as part of common high level structure and common terms of management systems, standards, management system standard. Now, definition of documented information can be found in whatever clause. Documented information can be used to communicate a message, provide provide evidence of what was planned, has actually been done in another document. So document information can be used to communicate a message, a message, provide evidence of what was planned and was actually not done. So you can see documentation is continued in your projects. It's very important part. You cannot just avoid that. You have to do that. So what are main objectives of an organization? Documented information independent of whether or not it's implemented a quality management system. Communication of information is very important part. We have seen as tool for information transmission and communication. Type and extent of document information shall depend on nature of organization's products and processes. Degree of formality of communication. You can say communication experience of such a vast. As a tool for communications, transmission and communication, type and extent of documented information shall depend on nature of nature of information that comprises second that you can say communication information is tool for information transmission and communication, type and extent of document information shall depend on nature of organization's products and processes, degree of formality of communication system and level of communication skills within organizational culture, evidence of conformity, provision of evidence that was planned has actually been done, knowledge sharing, dissemination and preservation, dissemination and preserve organization's experience. Typical example would be technical specification, which can be used as base for design and development of a new product or service. The list of commonly used terms that are here must be stressed that according to certain clauses, control of document submission requires documents may be in any form, whatever form or type of a medium, and definition of document clause gives following examples: paper document, magnetic document, electronic or optical, computer document, photograph document, master sample, etc. Documents requirements, quality management systems, process requires the organization to maintain document information. Document information to extend necessary to support operation and processes. And about that only to Alright, then we can say documentation requirements required because quality management system and its process can require an organization to maintain document information to the extent necessary to support operations of processes and retain document information to the extent necessary to have confidence that processes are being carried out. For planning, general explains the quality management system documents include document information required by international standards, and document information determined by organization as being necessary for effectiveness of quality management system. Note, and that is clause marks is clear that extent of ambiguous document information can differ from one organization to other. It's not necessary also to have same size of organization and type of activities or processes, products and services, complexes of processes and interactions, competence of persons, and all document information that forms part of QMS has to be controlled in accordance with laws. That is document information, and document information needed be maintained by organization for purpose of establishing QMS, quality management system, the high level transitional documents. And these include scope of quality management system, document information necessary to support operation of processes, quality policy, quality objectives. This document information is subject to requirements of clause 5. So what are these? Include document information, quality management system, scope, what is scope of that? Document information necessary to support operation of processes, and document information is so you can say document information maintained by organization for purpose of communicating information necessary for organization to operate. Low level specific documents. It doesn't specifically require it can be specific examples documents that can be added to conduct value to documents maybe organization chart, process maps, process flow charts, process descriptions, engineering procedures, technical and administrative work, and or test instructions, specifications, project general and particulars, documents containing internal communications, memos, mails, methods, production schedules, descriptive schedules, approved supplier lists and list of all vendors, inspection, test plans and list of checklists, how to do it, quality plans, site or project-based documents, quality manuals, organization-based documents, strategic plans, forms, and where it exists all such documented information is also subject to requirements of that clause, and you can say document information needed be retained by organization for purpose of providing evidence of result achieved. What result we achieve with that. So document information is to be retained by organization for purpose of providing evidence of results achieved. These include document information to an extent necessary to have confidence that processes are being carried out for planning, and evidence of fitness for purpose of monitoring and measuring resources, and evidence of basis used for calibration of monitoring and measurement resources. When no international or national standard exists, evidence of competence of persons doing work under control of organization that affects performance and effectiveness of QMS, results of overview and new requirements for products and services. And records needed demonstrate that design and development requirements have been met. Records of design and development inputs, records of activities of designs and development and controls, record of design and development outputs, design and development changes, including results of review and authorization of changes and necessary actions, records of evaluation, selection, monitoring, and performance and re-evaluation of external providers and any other actions arising out from these activities. Evidence of unique identification of outputs when traceability is a requirement. Records of property of customer and external providers that is lost, damaged, or otherwise found to be unsuitable for use of its communication to honor. Results of review of changes for production of service provision, persons authorizing change and necessary actions taken, records of authorized release of products and services for delivery to customer, including acceptance criteria and traceability to authorizing persons, records of non-conformities, actions taken, concessions obtained and identification of authority, deciding actions in respect of non-conformity clauses, results of evaluation of performance and effectiveness of QMS, and also evidence of implementation of audit programs and audit results, evidence of results of management reviews, evidence of nature of conformities and any subsequent actions taken, results of corrective actions, and organizations are free to develop other records that may be needed, demonstrate conformity of their processes, products, services, and quality management system where they exist. All such records are also subject to requirements of clause. So I repeat these points once again so it refers document information to an extent necessary to have confidence that processes are being carried out, evidence of fitness for purpose of monitoring and measuring resources, evidence of basis used for calibration of monitoring and measurement resources where no international national standards exist, and evidence of competence of persons doing work under control of organization that affects performance and effectiveness of QMS, result of review and new requirements for products and services, records needed demonstrate that designs and development requirements have been met, records of designs and development inputs, records of activities of design and development controls, records of designs and development outputs, designs and development changes, including results of review and authorization of changes and necessary actions. I can say records of evaluation, selection, monitoring of performance and revaluation of our external providers, and whatever other actions arising from these activities. Evidence of unique identification of outputs when traceability is a requirement. Records of property of customer and external providers that's lost, damaged, or otherwise found to be unsuitable for use and of communication to honor. Results of review of changes for production or service provisions. Persons authorizing change and necessary actions. Records of authorized release of products and services for delivery to the customer, including acceptance criteria and traceability to authorizing persons. Records of non-conformities, actions taken, concessions obtained, and identification of authority, deciding actions in respect of non-conformity, results of evaluation of performance and effectiveness of QMS, evidence of implementation of audit program and audit results, evidence of results of management reviews, evidence of nature of non-conformities, and whatever subsequent actions taken, results of whatever correct actions that we had to take in this direction. and that's what is here. So we have to think of now about contract in general, RCC buildings construction template. I also parted this yesterday, but I just want to have refresh on both documents so that in one go it's sometimes not easy to get into. It's nice to get into. So general contracting, contracting general RCC buildings, construction samples is regarding those companies or organizations who are involved as specialists of RCC buildings construction, and that's what I'm giving here. A kind of you know, possible AnnexSL for this purpose. Contract in general with the general contractors and dealing with RCC buildings, or for that, if they are dealing with something else also, what should be a format for RCC building construction template, quality system, contract in general RCC buildings construction. It is an organization adopts a management system to take care of let us just bring it until 175. Take care of comfortably achieving its set objectives which being in this case contracting general RCC buildings construction, which comprises management system for such. Management system comprises various sets of procedures for charting out and implementing various operations or activities so as to successfully reach its intended objectives, which lead to enhanced use of resources, improvement on risk management, and increased customer satisfaction by meeting product or services expectations. In this case, product is contract in general RCC buildings construction. That's product. Organizations do work on various management systems. Say we said before, quality management, environment management, safety management. All three systems apply in this case directly as well indirectly. These various systems in line to previous one, that's ISO 9001-2008, used to work on varying management structures, causing inconvenience to interface with each other. But now all these issues shall be dealt with as framed in common template of AnnexSL. AnnexSL being a high-level management system, the structure has produced a common platform so as all systems that organization adopts can be drawn based on AnnexSL designs of format. Contract in general RCC buildings construction can be easily defined within AnnexSL format. Such arrangement provides many commonalities in designing system, implementation, monitoring, evaluation, and improvement by trying to eliminate conflicts that exist within ISO 9001-2008 system. Various stages related contract in general RCC building construction can be covered within this AnnexSL template successfully. All management systems shall have single high-level identical core tags with common terms and definitions, which can be defined within AnnexSL. High-level structure cannot be changed, but discipline-specific subclasses can be both added or changed. As such, additions may be made where required related to contracting general RCC buildings construction. AnnexSL applies to all management systems, all management system standards publicly available, specifications and technical specifications, as well as customized requirements. Revised system ISO 9001, 14001, 45001 shall be based on AnnexSL high level structure where related to, in this case, not included therein, and this AnnexSL template shall be AnnexSL template shown below is only for indicative guidance to apprise an engineer how new system adopted by ISO effective state September 2015 work to produce organizational prime quality document which shall govern whole organization quality process required by business, adding accountability shareable by business and technocrats leaders. Whenever or whatever requirements demand, items can be added as sub-clauses, but no deletions can be made. Purpose of this template is just project quality track demanded by ISO 9001-2015 system, which is a mandate published by ISO and without which applications all existing ISO 9001-2008 registered certifications stand invalid since 2015 September. Therefore, this AnnexSL adoption is a must for any quality system operating globally. And should be glad to say what that clause 1 says scope. In this we can say intended outcome of management system which are industry specific and should be aligned with clause 4. This context of organization, and what it can be done is in this case, is as we are talking scope. All same clauses, 10 clauses. Scope in this case doesn't amount to, scope in this case does not amount of direct product delivery to owner, but other contracts and parties are involved for a successful delivery of product produced by contracting organization, which can scope very brief indication as given below. Contracting general RCC buildings construction from winning a bid to project final completion stage. This is our gap. Hence this RCC building company or contracting general construction from winning a bid to project final completion stage. That's what scope of this company is, organization is bid winning to delivery of project. Construction prosecuted based on design delivered by owner appointed engineer, because this is construction one we are talking. Design is to be done by engineer appointed by owner and not by contracting company. Therefore, construction prosecuted based on designs delivered by owner appointed engineer. Construction operations supervised directly by owner appointed engineer and not by exclusively by contracting people. So construction operations supervised directly by owner appointed engineer. Construction prosecuted by owner appointed contracting organizations, including subcontractors under superintendence by engineers. So construction prosecuted is whatever construction we do on this will prosecute by owner appointed contracting organization. Owner appointed this contractors organization, and all subcontractors are under superintendence by engineers. So construction prosecuted by owner appointed contracting organizations, contractor, including subcontractor, under supervision of supervisor engineer. And delivery of designs and specifications. Delivery of design and specification wise compliant completed building under certification of completion per contract documents and regulations. Certificate of completion of contract granted by granted by engineer appointed by owner. So now it's clause 2 and this normative references. So what we understand by clause 1, the scope of that, which says that indirectly is determining relationship between employer, engineer and contractor, that employer has to appoint a contractor for purpose of doing this job, from design based construction, from whatever given drawings specifications, that is employer's contractor has to do it, and also employer contractor includes subcontracting companies as well as engineer is there who has to supervise all those jobs. And that's what it says actually, relations between the triangle management, employer, contractor and engineer. And you can say normative references, details of references, standards or publications relevant to particular standard. And there are so many norms in this construction, design based construction, where design is done by someone else. In this case, references are so many, not one, not two, international references, national references, methods and whatever is requirements. There's unlimited, there can be an unlimited list of references, and this is a very long list you can say. Then it is about, that is normative references, and it says also owner is designated party 1 on this contract, which we have discussed many times. Owner is designated, employer is designated party 1 on this contract. Contractor is designated party to on this contract. Contract between owner and contractor, or you can say contractor, which would be after the job is won. And it should be, this contract should be, that could be between, that could be according to FIDIC or NEC, whatever is international standard, not necessary. That's why I say engineer is not a legal party on this contract. That's true. Engineer is an independent one, independent one, neither dependent on employer nor dependent to contractor, but a legal party in a sense that engineer got another contract with honor. Engineer shall administer this contract legally for honor. Payment shall be, and then you can say engineer is a representative of honor on another contract, not on this contract of construction. This is a service contract or management contract. Or a payment shall be made by honor to contractor based on payment certificate issued by engineer from time to time, and finally based on completion status, keeping abreast all contract conditions together. In case if dispute resolution mechanism is required to be operated on whether whatever issues, engineer shall in first place be referred whatever dispute arises, whose decisions shall be final and binding on both parties until arbitration process starts. When engineer's decision is not honored by one party, if decision given by engineer in capacity of independent person is accepted by both parties, it's okay. Otherwise, when either of party got some objection, that party has got right to move to arbitration or to DAB, depending on. Both parties shall be free to embed arbitration clause contract within this contract. So it means that arbitration clause is not a part of contract, construction contract. It's an independent, a kind of independent contract itself. Means on that contract, what is existence, its survival is independent of contract construction. Both parties shall be free to move or free to include specific professional qualifications. Both parties shall be free to include specific professional qualifications of incumbent arbitrator or of dispute adjudication board members. Disputes avoidance adjudication board members. For efficient dispute resolution, it's recommended based on real experience that all the members on arbitration, civil engineers, for efficient dispute resolution, it is recommended based on real experience that all members on arbitration panel or tribunal or on DAB should be experienced civil engineers who do well understand contract and relevant impacts of that. In case dispute adjustment board has been appointed by both parties, decision related to dispute shall be charted out by it. Honor. Now ISO 9001-2015 honors organization document including engineers relevant, if applicable, may be switched to, if so mandated by honor, in place of contractors quality system. ISO 9001-2015 contractors organization documents to be complied with when no such mandate by honor requires to follow honor system. Again, this is ISO 9001-2015 contractors organization document to be complied with. Contractors organization to be complied with when no such mandate by honor requires to follow organization system. Contractors organization document to be complied with when no such mandate by honor requires to follow owner system. Project schedules that would be agreed upon by and between both parties to contract. All contracts descriptive documents, all designs, drawings, all disciplines, all project specifications, all general specifications, national specifications, list of materials for selection by contractor, and costing, list of materials for selection by contractor and costing, list of subcontracting vendors for selection by contractor and costing, if so mandated by engineer, typical list of working and shop drawings, all disciplines, all applicable list of contractors, all applicable list of codes must be included within contract or tender or bid documents. Specific working procedures or method statements for certain specific purpose if so required. All other references such as related to HSE, that is health, safety and environment, ecosystem, quality system and others of some others now and others of some value. I think some point is missing there, no problem, we'll see. Then clause 3, that is terms and definitions. See that list, the list is not and one, I just explained. You can write whatever you think should be a part of normative references. It's unlimited one. Then terms and definitions to be included in AnnexSL template, which includes detailed terms and definitions applicable to particular specific standard in addition to format related terms and conditions. This is details, terms and definitions applicable to particular specific standard in addition to format related terms and conditions. Control references authorities. What are control references? In this are, that is, authorities, statute and laws, contract with honor or FIDIC red book, you can say, that's main reference, FIDIC red book, or new engineering contract as case be, or national standard contract if certainly applicable. Contract documents, owner's personal, engineer's personal, contractor's personal workforce, daily progress report or status, memos to contractors, technical clarification, engineering clarification, contractual clarification, subcontractors, nominated contractors, site instruction, engineer's instruction, request for inspection journal items, request for inspection concrete pours, non-compliance report, material approval request, drawing approval request, subcontractors approvals request, temporary works, preparatory works, permanent works, construction method statements, standard work designs or details, quality management statements including checklists and ITPs, that's inspection test plans, safety management documents including safety, induction, training, upkeep and surveillance, fire prevention and suppression, supporting execution binding, concrete protection, waterproofing, situ concrete, formwork, reinforcement fabrication, reinforcement placement, precast, pre-stress, concrete if included, concrete class, reinforcement grade, soil backfill, piping, concrete block walls, roofing, plastering, rendering, flooring, doors, windows, ironmongery, kitchens, wet areas, finishes, special items, testing and commissioning, design estimated quantities, issued for information drawings, issued for building permits drawing, issued for construction drawings, revised designs and national annexes, nationally determined parameters, published documents and all other necessary definitions. Now go to, there can be more or less, all other necessary definitions, documents I say, so they can be, whatever else you can extend this list, no bar here exists. So what is context of organization? That's a very important point, which includes understanding organization and its context. Means we have to understand organization's context, uh, understanding organization context, understanding needs and expectation of parties, determining scope of management system, and what points to why organization exists there. So again, same question comes in. Identify internal external issue that impact intended outcome. Interested parties, and their requirements. Define scope and set boundaries of management system. Raise employees awareness and involvement. So let's see what should be included now in this, because after all detail we have to study. Now project charter, consideration for each bid of project. Project charter is very important document. Maybe people are not aware about this, but in management system, in organization system, project charter is very important point. Means it's not given by someone else. It's prepared, it's founded and consolidated by whichever organization you are. You can have a charter of your own, and from beginning itself you record everything in that, so that it remains always speaking on its own. All, you can say, kind of history or what you were doing at what time, or you can say kind of standard document it is, that gives you complete detailing of management step taken over within for interesting project, particular project. So it can be said that we as contracting, building, construction organization to maintain each project track, work out a charter relating to every bid, and thereafter that charter continues if bid turns to award as contract. This chart is not an ordinary one, but it's management one. Management board comprises leaders and senior constitutes complete details related to bid and post-bid to project matters. It starts working on from effective day when talk of bid commences with considering all relevant point, whether or not this bid can be made as an objective for organizational progress, or it may be a prestigious progress to raise organizational status. Economical, financial, technical, past records, profits, possible risks, company business, policy, current work load, etc. all are brought into charter's consideration, leading to resolve and adopt or make a final decision whether or not to go for bid or else. Close this charter at this stage. So that bid documents could be successfully returned to owner or engineer with regret or thanks for giving an opportunity for considering at this stage. They say that bid document could be successfully returned to owner or engineer with regret and thanks for giving an opportunity for considering at this stage for this project. This, this project charter acts as a master professional management document for prosecution and execution of project during post award and thereafter, since it contains complete details including provide budget for implementation. Our organization does not believe in randomly taken decisions on projects bidding, but adequate detailed consideration and analysis conducted prior to clearance is given to whatever bid be under charter consideration, which decision our organization considers professional approach. Now, points raised by each member during brainstorming session and all other analytical sessions are duly minuted on charter for future reference. Now, what about organization there? This organization is an existing registered grade, whatever, contracting organization in state or nation, whatever name of that area. This organization is commercially registered under statute and authority of National Chamber of Commerce or under Companies Registration Act. We are leading organization in building construction in general and having adequate experience in relevant disciplines, including all allied services expertise. List of our quality oriented and value added delivered products has been enclosed as annex with credentials won from various clients. We have consistent and competent team of competent professionals from all required engineering disciplines with a strength of this much professional engineers, so many chartered engineers and so many other degrees with supporting engineering strength, so many engineers providing and supporting dedicated teams for buildings related site works, engineering execution and prosecution for getting best possible product, works deliveries related to RCC buildings and allied structures and infrastructures including landscape architecture. Intend to help public avail benefits of best technical know-how regarding construction of RCC buildings, either directly or indirectly to owner of building or to professional architect appointed by building owner or to end user or to all stakeholders as case may be. Organization is a small, medium, large group of technocrats but with high level profile backup of engineering supervision, management, attainment. Organization is fully capable to augment its strength further. All disciplines pertinent to supervision or supervising experts as and when required. Organization understands that it is its professional, national and social responsibility to contemplate, analyze, consider and reconsider to deliver best and fittest degree of works production at economical and sustainable ecological cost, forcing keeping site and surrounding locations tidy, safe in all respects and help to avoid inconvenience to public. Organization is committed not to work against environment and health, which makes upon to incumbent to comply with rules regarding protection from construction related hazards. Organization is committed not to allow any construction related debris or other waste remains on sites or in vicinity, but can transport all this environment pollution related wastes to approved locations where adequate further care may be restored, resorted to where where adequate further care may be resorted to by responsible authorities. I repeat this one. Organization is committed not to allow any construction related debris or other wastes remain on site or in vicinity, but to transport all this environment pollution related wastes to approved locations where adequate further care may be resorted to or by responsible authorities. Organization understands that product and user expects best sustainable economically, ecologically and within the acceptable criteria graded with quality control product, all such operations that can assist site work with minimum efforts and maximum benefits. Organizational leader ensures that it well understands requirements mandated by laws, regulations, contract documents, good industrial practice, honor, architect others. Internal issues are references to mandatory and advisory practice, national and international codes, prosecution requirements, labor controls and welfare of contractors control, mainstreaming press speech and so it says that internal issues are references to mandatory and advisory practice, national and international codes, prosecution requirements, labor controls and welfare, subcontractors control, maintaining peace and harmony at residences, camps and at site. External issues are site coordination with statutory and government authorities, appointed architects and owners representatives, as well as direct and indirect impact groups which may be taken care of from time to time. Organization leader make sure that there should be no delay on conducting work supervision and work deliveries schedule, which works if delayed shall mar site prosecution and impose on consequential delays on project completion, leading to imposing contract provided penalty clause based liquidated damages as well as limiting damages. Capping this penalty is a criminal procedure term yet on many projects contract documents. This term is seen from different perspective. Organization considers that every contract project should provide at least a minimum percentage of profit for covering business growth requirements and also to induct input for future progression in various directions. Organization does not believe in considerable losses to be received on projects. Being a contracting organization, we contemplate at least a minimum of calculated profits in a given defined time on project. We are a responsible management having a consistent and competent leadership who intends to provide them a good expected profit, if not enormous, so that in stocks we remain important and competitive. Our past history is an attractive one to an extent. Percentage of profit is related to us related to as well as percentage of its growth is related to. We intend to integrate on existing list of stakeholders many top profile investors who would add more power to these organizations so that value of our share continuously rises. Scope considered by organization. Scope considered by organization. Our current scope is progressively and dynamically working business on RCC buildings construction contracts in this nation, but this is not a limited constraint. Meanwhile, management leaders do have opinion to enter EPC, EPIC contracting in coming 5 years target period. Our research team remains partly busy on charting out its strategy, how to accede to field related to EPC bidding across this or various other economics. We have worked over time. We have worked over times for initiating such an approach so that we may consider many potential contacting many potential EPC organizations, be either with them as joint venture partners or they award us respective civil works on EPC ongoing contracts for which we have adequate potential to deliver requirements on by EPC operations. To effect entry to EPC, organization often chart out its strategy with international leading EPC organizations to compete on civil works subcontracts so that we earn relative experience which may help us work with them in future. Organization also tries continuously to enter into professional alliance with electromechanical contracting organizations so as to have their support for our package RCC building contracts bids for which we intend to chart out pre-bid alliance virtually for submitting competitive bids and constitute with them future partnership for other projects. Organization also continuously tries to find junior partners to deal with non-structural items who may extend to us respective affordable assistance to help us win competitive based bidding. Our organization has divisions such as business development, estimation and tendering, in-house designs, planning and scheduling, marketing or purchasing, construction, safety, health and environment, quality systems, administration. During bidding process, organization appoints and declares one coordination manager to work out each bid in details with support of estimation division who could probably be later appointed as project manager of this one project. This project manager is dedicated to be responsible for all outcomes of bid from inception of bid charter to project deliveries. Whole bid is worked out under project manager's direct control who after finalizing final price confidentially confers and consults with board and owner who may vary worked out price. All divisions provide worked out support to project manager technically, commercially and professionally in all regards which details are inserted within certain portion of bid package documents. Significant parts of bid may be contract form, details relevant to bid, staffing levels, materials proposed, subcontractors proposed, schedule with histograms, S-curve, separate rates for each item, included detailed bill of quantities with price worked out, executions method statement giving prime methods that organization intends to run project construction under that detail. Organization also includes safety plan and quality plan with documents to make its concept clear in all respects, pertinent capacity of organization in dealing with project demands professionally. Organization also intends to work out an alternative bid so as to provide a value added service to owner. Final worked out price is then inserted on bid confidentially and bid submitted with relevant authority or department or with private owner, as case may be. According to bid bond requirement, demanded tender bond is also provided, which remains in force until performance bond is provided or bidder loses bid job. For all significant for all significant bids involving considerable quantities of materials to be used on permanent basis, more than three or at least three quotations are invited from which rates items prices are worked out. All quotations from vendors are recorded for future references with respective validity extended in case bid award is delayed by owner. So far, we are limited to doing all civil works by our workforce, whereas other items are subcontracted to professional vendors officially with formal approval from owner engineer. Organization is very keen to further organize its potential to make its professional for various other items for which our team has been working, so that as many items we could carry out ourselves. All our related personnel and managers well know areas where we as men contracted are considered experts. Organization got many sister concerns working on many items which we make use of their standards and potential as a part and parcel of all such bids. So this was about text of context of context of organization. This is very clear, means as little descriptive, and more description can be added depending of what degree of power you want to give a document. It depends upon that. I think descriptive was it, and you can expand it further without any cause, without any problem. Though it should be brief, it should be clear, because this is after all a way we try to teach people what should be there. Everybody has its own way of writing, but clear writing is very important where it is for reference. Clear writing in reference is very important because everybody can access to that document, and if everybody can access to document, everybody can read, everybody can understand, and that's very purpose of writing, that as many people it can move to, so many people can learn it, and those who are in schooling can take such bottles there to drink. It's an important point. Yet means it's not simply drinking, I'm drinking in heart rather than drinking in physique. I'll just come back. Hold on please, I'm talking at the top of leadership. Leadership is very important factor. Leadership is very important factor everywhere, and that's point we want to discuss about leadership, because without leadership nothing can be done. Leadership doesn't mean political leadership, this is professional leadership, a competency that can allow you to do something special. Hold on please. So what does it say? In leadership account, leadership and commitment. Leadership and commitment, that is policy. Leadership and commitment, we call it. Means it is not simply leadership. It's not simply leadership, but it is connected to commitment. And if it's connected to commitment, it is something else. And policy, organization roles, responsibilities, and authorities. You can say points for consideration. Emphasis on leadership, not just top management, but leadership is responsible and accountable. Top management has greater accountability, and top management has greater accountability and involvement in organizational management system. Integrate requirement of management system into organization's core business process. Ensure that management system allocates necessary resources. Ensure management system achieves business intended outcome. Top management responsible to communicate importance of management system to ensures employees awareness and involvement. Now, leaders enjoy trust of top management and organizations. ISO 9001-2015 has extended greater responsibility and accountability to leaders who have in fact been virtually elevated to share quality system in all respects. Since leaders cannot locate themselves to foot board of senior managers only, leaving entire responsibility to quality agents or quality representative of organization. In fact, quality representative term has been eliminated from purview of quality system ISO 9001-2015. Now leaders are virtually designated owners to effectively manage quality system in all organizations, which means that every senior manager or system designated leader has to work in collaboration with all middle and lower management personnel for accountability towards quality system performance. This means leaders must apply additional efforts by stretching working hours if processes are not carried out during formal, non-formal, normal working hours. Quality divisions shall be required for defined purpose as all other divisions only, and they shall carry out respective work allocations in routine briefing, apprising leaders of whatever achievements or work status. This means that status and responsibilities described on leaders and quality personnel have drastically been altered under ISO 9001-2015 to an extent that leaders cannot escape lead accountability when some account or non-compliance is reported. All division partners are heads and leaders to their respective sections, such as designs, estimation, planning, purchasing, safety, quality, site controls, engineering services, contract valuation and approvals, etc. Policy devised by top management and leaders is that site work should be done right first time every time, avoiding reworks to a maximum extent possible. Site work should be allotted to right competent person only, and if right person is not available for certain specific job, either training should be given to personnel involved or work should be outsourced officially in form of subcontract. Work should be effected error or defect free in scheduled time with required degree of competency and acceptable compliance. Required attempt has to be made to do all works error or defect free to a maximum extent feasible. Organization has devised various levels of positions such as top management, middle level seniors and detailed managing levels. Top management contributors are leaders in themselves to direct, self and guide all others located on site or off sites. They require to provide vision to site organizations. They require to keep all personnel all times motivated so that continuity of personnel and good practice work is maintained on sites with smooth motion of operations to achieve all milestones. Leaders need ensure that policy of organization is always effective and consistently its objectives are achieved in all cases. They need not involve directly with details but involve with by surveillance of all works of execution, prosecution and wherever and whenever they should extend support to required personnel as and when lack on promptness progress is visible. They need to make sure that human and other resources required to meet site working operations are available all times as and when necessary, either directly or through subcontractors as case may be. They need make sure that contractors mobilized all resources requirements in line to contract and project schedule. Spelling is wrong, sorry, contract is not contract. They need ensure that all contractors personnel at all levels know about respective job activities which must be produced in descriptive writing and be updated from time to time depending on newer projects or due to added responsibilities. Leaders have to, in all cases, all time, ensure that device management system is well monitored, reviewed, evaluated, and necessary improvement is inducted as and when required. They need ensure that all necessary information regarding system management is communicated to all personnel as and when necessary. Such communication making is essential. Leaders need ensure that all clients or respective owners are well aware that organization has been complying with newer requirements and duly updated so that it be easier to participate in newer bids to manage building works. Construction management requires to conduct schedule audit on contract progress to an extent contractor site organization is concerned. Construction management ensures that monthly or scheduled payment is raised in form of valuation statement by contractor in process when due and after its evaluation and scrutiny by engineer approved payment certificates are received from owner public engineer. Construction management makes sure construction management makes sure to submit all reports to its leaders on its corporate or head office whenever due so that real achievement and status of contract remains known to them and information circulated to designated key personnel. All such significant project status reporting requires to be moved further upwards to all stakeholders included on project charter. So this list is not very comprehensive, but it is indicative what should be done, what should not be done. More points can be added to this. There is no It depends upon what type of projects we have. Do you have what sort of project is that? Means just directory statement. This can be done whatever way you want to do it, pull it or push it, reduce it. And then we come on to class 6, that is the class 6, that is planning, which is very important part again, as it was in construction and as was in standard document AnnexSL. This is our planning here. We can say that it's important part here as the certification associates. Planning here as AnnexSL planning. AnnexSL is planning, this planning here, so we can say really, let's put off AnnexSL now, no need of this, so we'll put it off and we'll say in planning, action to address risk and opportunities. Action to address risks and opportunities, management system objectives and planning to achieve these objectives. What consideration points are, can say, bring risk-based thinking to front once organization pinpoints risk and opportunities to work out how to resolve, address through planning. Same thing as what, who, how, and when these risks addressed. This approach replaces preventive actions and reduces risk for corrective action later. Objectives of management system should be measurable, communicated, aligned to management system policy, and updated as and when required. So let's start on details of this planning work. In fact, it starts with when project charter is open for certain bid. So what charter we are talking of. Planning work in fact starts with when project charter is open for certain bids. And organization starts thinking on project requirements. Organization starts thinking on project requirements, project aspects, and all risks involved in all other restraints that may come in way of project from whatever source. Organization has a basic right whether to go or not to go for certain project depending on its financial credit limits or other available current business, which may not allow additional business for a specific period of few months or years depending on organization funding potential. Now once organization decides on its charter to go for project, formal planning commences with immediately with naming project manager or leader so that key lead personnel would share all ins and outs of that project. Charter writes all details relevant to project, its funding sources, and all stakeholders involved. All risks should have been considered in all respects prior to agreeing on charter for doing project, irrespective of whether or not it's one. What points can be considered risks and what points can be considered risks in construction management contracting? Not easy to list out in one go. So IS 9001 2015 requires to think in terms of risk management virtually and not just risk prevention. Risk management is very important there. Every risk and restraint should be studied in details to sort out relevant adverse imposition factors and to work out to eliminate those factors or to overcome them prior to risk starts entering into project life. Leaders must, by virtue of their valuable experience, post-academic qualification, understand what risks would be encountered on such project and what are possible solutions to remove these risks prior to these positions on project progresses. Risks can occur on various profiles which can be forecast, analyzed, and understood easily by experienced and pragmatic professionals. And once such risks are evaluated, an alternative solution, and once such risks are evaluated, an alternative solution of risk solution based on its elimination can be charted out so that no obstacle comes on way to project progress. Once such risks are evaluated, an alternative solution or risk solution based on its elimination can be charted out so that no obstacle comes on its project progress. Business process based risks. Business process based risks are considered and resolved by top leaders, while site based risks are dealt with site representatives depending on each risk item evolving during works or prior to work commences when. Examples for certain risks could be as mentioned hereinafter. Now let us say site is not clearly located due to coordinates not explicitly defined, which requires immediate resolution by coordinating with relevant authorities to locate design or plant coordinates. Site is located but some issues exist for giving its clearance so that it may not be handed over to contractor successfully, either in part or in full, which requires attention by engineer and contractor to operate relevant contract clause to coordinate with statutory or other bodies for a resolution in case it relates to those bodies, whereas risk relates to other factors. Engineer and contractor should work jointly in collaboration with how to come out of risk impact. The site is running underneath, with many live services which require detailed investigation and later either relocation or diversion, which detailed survey must be done either by contractor self or by certain competent agency, or otherwise appease situation from record drawings obtaining from statutory bodies, which assistance should be extended by engineer, and thereafter application should be made to relevant involved authority to either remove that service if no more required to serve vicinity, or to divert that service depending upon what authority decides. But whatever decision requires to be taken should be taken without any loss of time. Information required from client is not available in time, which can contribute waste potential work, which can contribute waste potential work hours, to avoid which time wastage due to contractors should in writing and by conducting meetings in person should obtain required missing information or clarification. Site surveys are not conducted in time due to non-availability of site exploration agency vendor, which must be conducted by appointing surveying agency duly approved by engineer so that a professional reporting related to geographical and geotechnical be made for review and approval by engineer. Site soil exploration is not carried out. In time per schedule due to non-availability of site exploration agent vendor, which should be expedited if contract constitutes this requirement, so that its adverse impact to avoid to delay foundations and thereby works on substructure. Architect delays issues of required drawings, to avoid which delays close coordination between engineer and architect be conducted by efforts of contractor, if possible, in addition to formally writing to engineer and architect. Subcontractors' proposals are not submitted by contractors in scheduled time, which must be submitted in time in case relevant vendors have been finalized by contractor, or else this issue being extremely significant, all attempts should be made in person by leaders, project manager to chart out complete strategy so that all submission of subcontractors could be made in time as earliest as possible, or else all works shall delay automatically. Curriculum vitae related to key personnel are not proposed by contractor for approval per schedule, which must be presented by submission to engineer at beginning of contract if feasible, or else should be submitted at an earliest opportunity so that engineer may conduct respective interviews of key personnel to ensure that fitness for deployment on project job. Construction services engineer, construction services engineers delay issues related to allied drawings, which must be corrected with by adopting foregoing paragraph mentioned resolution, so that after approvals of subcontractors, all all impending submissions could be made expeditiously. Construction work contract payments are not released in scheduled time from client, which must be followed up once valuation statement is made and approved by engineer. Since approved payment certificate may assist contractor to source bank for further release of funds for project activities. Now, material submissions are delayed by contractor, which is not a pleasing state, yet it happens because contractors purchase section keeps trying various vendors for equivalent specifications and discounted delivery price. But such delays should be avoided so that accumulative delays whole project be prevented. Shop and working drawing submissions are delayed by contractor, which too is a normal state of projects, but should be prevented by personal involvement by leader of project. Contractor delays on submission of method statements required to be approved by supervising management team, but this is not acceptable. This is not acceptable since statements can be prepared by in time should qualified and experienced professionals are available on project staffing strength. Site safety operations are not conducted adequately, which adequate care must be taken by safety divisions complying with safety plan on OSHA related rules and regulations. All foregoing risk related issues can be checked by intensive engineering coordination from very inception of award of contract to practical or mechanical completion of contract. Every leader responsible for task should follow progress by all interactive persons all times and status updated and communicated to all responsible key personnel. Issues should be raised in internal as well as in external meetings with all others whosoever involved. All minutes meetings should be recorded and communicated to whosoever involved personnel formally, later on giving reminders and further follow-up of related activity update. In fact, an excellently performing coordinating engineer or manager shall be required to be appointed by both contractor and supervising agency so that regular review of contract requirements and follow-up for resolutions may be made whenever be necessary. It has been observed that deliveries related to bulk materials which are imported from overseas cause delays due to various factors such as delay on appointment of vendors due to rates and supply related terms and conditions, letter of credits, opening, delay on material approval, delays on customs, etc., which points must be taken care of in due time. Now comes support. Support. These, as we said in 6, this was 6 was means very complete different points here. You can see these points. There's so many points. Our long list. This is about what can be done, what cannot be done, and some things problematic there. This was, can say planning work. In fact, this was planning. Now it's coming support. Support. We have quality support of all. Now same thing again in support: resources, competence, awareness, communication, documented information, and same points: material, equipment, and human resources, capacity, potential of organization and individuals, qualification of personnel, awareness among all pertinent systems and functioning, written job description, work procedures, safety procedures, quality control procedures, administration methods. Documented information is different than documentation. Whatever information about management and procedures or process is whatever form, such as written text, maps, charts, designs, successful implementation, evidence of compliance of balance, etc. And no system of documents but evidentiary available documents for reference and future use, documented information. So we can say in this case, support for an organization means many types of project activities conducted both from its corporate or head office as well as from site office and also from its other infrastructural facilities, such as its maintenance by yard, which be a centralized location to serve all building and other projects from it. Support is classified into human resources, mechanical resources, professional management resources, knowledge dissemination resource, communication procurement management, safety management. Let us support is classified into human resource, mechanical resource, professional management resources, knowledge dissemination resources, knowledge dissemination resource, communication, procurement management, safety management, quality management, infrastructure financing. Support, let us repeat. Support is classified into human resource, mechanical resources, professional management resources, knowledge dissemination resource, communication, procurement management, safety management, quality management, infrastructure, financial resource. Then it is support resources required by construction organizations depend on type of working nature of organization. In this case, organizations are RCC building specialist contractor who would require support resources. So you can say, in this case, our organizations are RCC building specialist contractor who would require support sources related to different ingredients and total requirements. Organization may be a prime general contracting or maybe only a small or medium size. As the CS organization starts building a specialist contractor who would require support resources related to its different ingredients and total requirements. Organization may be a prime general contracting or maybe only a small or medium level contractor who would require support resource accordingly. Degree of competence is very significant for required support resource which would require which should require depending on type of support resource. Degree of competence remains means degree of competence means educational qualification plus professional experience and and Now, degree of competence means degree of competence means the educational qualification, professional experience, and consistency of experience with updated knowledge. Degree of competence also means trade qualification plus professional experience and consistency of experience with continued development of practical knowledge. Degree of competence also means experience and knowledge based on maturity and work advancement to be conducted independently. Degree of competency also means complete understanding of work applications with all kinds of technical equipment support with decades of field experience. Degree of competence vary from person to person since professional engineer is supposed to have engineering discipline competency while a traders person would be required to have competency related to trade operations only. A general foreman shall be required to have special knowledge related to his areas of work responsibilities, where a foreman associated with general foreman will be required to work on lower areas but with full command on related operations independently. A division leader a division leader would be expected to have engineering professional degree with long years of experience with multidisciplinary knowledge, multidisciplinary knowledge and so you can say division leader will be expected to have engineering professional degree with long years of experience with multidisciplinary knowledge for working and application purpose based on interface and quality management. Because a quality division leader would be required to have engineering professional degree with complete backup of code provisions, specifications, working procedures, testing and inspection, and depth knowledge, so that all inspection test plans, checklists, and method statements can be produced, meeting trade and project requirements. An estimation division leader would be required to have a professional engineering degree with many years of estimation and valuation experience, with complete backup of item rates, procurement prices, required technicalities of various types of materials and equipment with high degree of quantity, surveying practices and power of negotiations, a complete understanding of construction contracts, such FIDIC or NEC based formats must be known to such leaders, must have detailed knowledge of contracts and arbitration. A procurement division leader must be thorough in materials engineering for purpose of screening and charting out quotations analysis and operational research over that. A planning or scheduling division leader must be a professional engineer with thorough knowledge of engineering and prosecution methods with sequence of operations and application of required time for each operation. Similarly, SIT leader must have, similarly, site leader must have all engineering requirements with decades of experience and skills to check, review, and chart out site issues efficiently due to fact that site leader represents organization on front of project, who therefore must be extended all demanded support from other corporate leaders. It's a major requirement that all leaders must be fully aware about project requirements and about system applications, while in turn must train juniors to keep complete required understanding to an extent job responsibility demands. All leaders and associates must keep update on system requirements as well as Whatever changes are brought into system management structures from time to time throughout the project. If so required, related training to all personnel should be imparted to keep them refreshed, just as training regarding. Let's say, if so required, related training to all personnel should be imparted to keep them refreshed, just as training regarding safety and discipline is imparted regularly. Suggestions should be invited from all personnel without hesitation, so that what works in mind of personnel be exposed, and if good should be included within system. Every organization is owner of many resources such as heavy equipment, batching plants, concrete pumps, concrete transportation. And you can say suggestions should be invited from all personnel without any hesitation, so that what works in minds of personnel be exposed, and if good should be included within system. Every organization is owner of many resources such as heavy equipment, batching plants, concrete pumps, concrete transportation, trucks, electrical equipment, medical aids. Every organization is owner of many resources such as heavy equipment, batching plants, concrete pumps, concrete transporting trucks, electrical equipment, middle level equipment, as well as various others. All major size organizations do own many equipment for their projects, drawing benefits on their investments due to the fact that they do not need to hire all such machines, while they are free to rent them to other organizations. All major organizations do own many equipment for their projects, drawing benefits on their investments due to the fact that do not need to hire all such machines, while they are free to send them other organizations owning various heavy equipment are generally considered having better work potential and fewer during bids consistency comparison with. And then we can also say that organizations owning very heavy equipment are generally considered having better work potential and favor during bids, consistency, and comparison stages. All supporting items must be supported by documentary evidences, and formally a list of such supporting resources should be ready and attest with a strength. All such supporting resources lists should be updated all times and presented for examination and inspection, if so required by owner and engineer, to ensure that provided information is authentic and that contractors' assurance that such resources will be available during scheduled construction period. On similar pattern, list of human resources and subcontracting details must be provided and demonstrated if so demanded by engineer for verification. Major equipment that could be presented on list being tower cranes, mobile cranes, shovels, excavators, rock breakers, concrete pumps, trucks, dumpers, winches, concrete mix, etc. It's a long list can be made. These are major equipment listed here. Then we have to talk of operation and bids. So purpose of this is we have seen here in this, you can see we have gone through this 7 as support system is all support, we are talking about class 7 here, that is support, and all this have been listed with much more experience based patience. What can be written in this list is best, but there's no limit depending on size. We'll talk about operations later on. I'm going to the purpose of AnnexSL is very simple. It has to tell everyone how can we you can say how can we change our system to better working. Means what should we have in writing and what should we not. If you have something in writing and everybody reads that, you got some information about this. That's very important point. Actually, construction, RCC or whatever else are very extensive contractual arrangements, because it's not one or two, many resources are used. Machine resource itself is very wide. Machine resource itself is equipment resource, it's still very expensive, and there are thousands of workers depending on what size of project you have. Many hundreds to thousands workers are required daily working on sites as well as in concrete pouring. And then concrete pouring is finished, it doesn't mean scoring is finished, because you have to, if you have so there are points very important here. Means what should we do according, how to transform ourselves into AnnexSL, which is very important point of reorganization qualitatively. It's a question of quality organization. This organization is converted to a status that as a whole it works on an organized way, not simply leave it to side people, but all organization must refine, rehaul and readjust itself, you can say reprogram itself, so that all are responsible for quality. All agents of company, all heads of company, site leaders and other leaders of company have their incorporation with quality system that happens in. These people don't have any concern about project. They only speak of lot without even analyzing what they speak. General people, means blame game goes on. because of low quality without any investigation. It should not happen, but it happens. So it's an important point that we should think of, and we should carry out. Actually, it's not difficult if we can handle that. It's easy, but due to many reasons we don't do it. In fact, quality system, if controlled, quality must be controlled, provided system works genuinely, provided system works, and those who are system in charge, they take care of that. You are not going to add any cost on existing cost, because cost is there, leaders are there, others are there, but question arises, care, who cares? If everybody cares, system automatically runs. But point comes in care, who is caring, who is not caring. That point is really important one. And I think we have stopped at 7. I'll continue from 8 after having a refresher page. Then it's done, and we'll take up other annexes related to designs and related to EPC and whatever we can, so that a study is done, not necessarily project study, but general studies done. How can we move on quality in line to international requirement, which is ISO 9001-2015. Though it's already 6 years over, yet I think very few people know about this. That's a great point to understand. Means we have to, our contribution here in this case is very, very important. And if we don't do that, we think we miss something, and that missing something must be avoided. That missing something must be avoided at all costs, because quality is quality. No one can deny this fact, and quality can't be compromised. However, no allowance is given to compromise, and it's not done. So with this statement of quality, that standard of quality on AnnexSL should be reformed in line to AnnexSL has given freedom to organizations. You are free to evolve your system, design your system, you do it. Under guidelines, you add whatever you want to add to this. That's what it says. So I think it's better to use that. I think that's what is required in this, and you have to understand that point. And I think that's only can be done in this way. If we cannot do this way, I think there is no other way out of this. And with this, I take your leave. Thank you very much. I stop.